The beeping is a recording. Type 1 to instantly die IRL. I stopped running any percent because it's a bad category, because it has very little content, and I like lots of content. Thanks for the $10 donation, Sean Plays Games. Thanks, glad you enjoy watching me at work. The last game I played casually, Breath of the Wild, 4 days ago. And before that, Odyssey. And before that, also Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I got 100% in Odyssey. Good game. Yeah, exactly, Fat Boy. That's exactly why I don't like any percent. There's so much more cool stuff to this game, and any percent sticks you in Deku Tree. No, I have not played 1-2 Switch. I have played 3 Switch games, and it's Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, and Mario Kart. Sub 17 and any percent will almost definitely happen before sub 4 in Hundo. Sub 17 and any percent might be possible right now, whereas sub 4 in Hundo is absolutely not possible in right now. Nope, I haven't played ARMS. I know I'm really missing out on the great ARMS experience. Thanks, Sayora. I'm 90% sure all the people that wanted ARMS to be at EVO before it came out were half memeing, or at least a large part memeing. Cool, Druidish. I have played OT ROM hacks, but unfortunately there's very few of them. I would like to play more. Have I ever played the ROM hack Majora's Mask? I think I played a little of it once. Third Quest apparently took down all its videos because they were scared of Nintendo. And so, rumor is that they're still working on it, but they're just doing everything in secret so that Nintendo can't do mean things. Thanks for the 2-month resub, Evil Yelp still. I mean, I'm sure there's the demo for Third Quest is still floating around somewhere. I mean, I'm pretty sure I still have it downloaded. I don't know if you can find it from the Third Quest site, but you can probably find it with looking around. Oh, the videos are just unlisted. Okay. TP 100% I think is 7 hours, or a little under 7 hours. Yeah, third quest looked really good. I really hope that it does get done. I used to speedrun Majora's Mask, but I haven't ran it in years. I mean, regular TP is around 7 hours. I think TP HD 100% is like 8 hours because of stamps. Hi, Bob. Yeah, 4:14:30 is my best run with the new route. Yeah, and it lost 3 minutes to Dampe. So that's cool. Because my PB escape did not get West Escape, and West Escape saves a lot of time, and I did get West Escape, but it still wasn't a best split because I've gotten better West Escapes. Yeah, the record 412 is done with the old route. My best run with the new route is still 414. Thanks, clear water, for drinking. This is N64. Oh man, that was .1 away from a best. Dang. Nice. Do Lamon milk duping tricks work if it's bagged milk? I'm not sure if you can do any special things with bagged milk in OOT. Oh no. No. God damn it. I'm so sick and tired of risking it for guards, but I'm so sick and tired of not risking it and waiting 10 seconds for guards. What do I do? No, I wasn't the first to come up with the side hop strat. Hey, Cheese, thanks for the 2-month resub. Hello, son. Thanks for the 24 months, Tito K. Congrats on the gold bomb chew. Can't hear my controller mashing? What about now? Yeah, it would have been really funny if I failed dot skip there, because then I'd die, which would have been really funny. No sub 24 Master Sword feels bad, man. At least I feel way better about Child 1 now. Gameplay was 10th try in the 414. 10th try loses about 3 minutes, which means if it was first try it would have been a 411. So yeah, that's cool. It'll depend, Bob. Like, depending on how close I can make a safety save to a certain point. Like, I might be forced to make a save after the Nocturne Wrong Warp, which I'd really not want to do, but it might just be my only option. For most other things, I think probably just before. Not quite sure how low the record can go with the new route. Maybe like 407, maybe lower. Hard to say before I do more runs and actually get good runs going. I still wouldn't consider myself good at the new route. I'm still getting good at it. Hopefully I'll be good at it soon. They should get rid of all emotes, except Frankerzy. EQ, yeah, it was a 409. It was like a borderline 408, 409 pace run. Like, it would have either been the highest 408 or the lowest 409. Pizza roll is actually a great emote. I love it. Wait, they removed it for anime emotes and then brought it back? I mean, I'm glad it's back, but if it was really removed for anime emotes, that makes me extremely mad. They didn't bring back the Thai one? Oh my god. Anime strikes again. No. Hope I didn't grab the rock. Okay, good. What a terrible spawn position. Wow. I actually prefer him spawning in the middle now compared to like the outer back edge. So if he's in the middle, I like to just kill one of the hands and then attack him in the middle. But when he's like on the outer back rim, I just have to wait for so long. The most speedrun game, OT and SM64 are pretty much the #1 and #2 most speedrun games. Yeah, so the thing about the way the grave loads there is the way loading zones work is it's just if you're moving downwards above the loading zone, then you'll just fall in, even if you're like way, way above it. And so I just jump slash at the same time that it activates me going in the loading zone because I'm falling downwards towards it, and then I don't actually land in the hole. This might not work. Okay. No, you can't ledge clip onto it. You need a wall to ledge clip, and the grave isn't near any wall. Wow. Wow. Getting wrecked. Yeah, Dampe read me so hard. How this probably be done in a task? A task would side hop through the whole thing. A task gets like 43 or 44. Nice, 2 paws. You don't want to Hess there because Dampe acts really weird when you're Hessing. He can go really slow if you go past him. He can go backwards and move in circles and weird stuff. So no, you should not Hess through Dampe. It will not be fast. Which deinterlacing do I use? I think it's action game or role-playing game. I don't remember actually. Don't trust me. Actually, yeah, I think it's retro. Wait, is it retro game? I don't know. I'll double check. Remind me when my run dies, and I'll check. I actually don't know much about BizHawk. I haven't tried it myself. I know it's the preferred tasking emulator nowadays, though. My biggest time saves apart from Dampe, I think most of Adult 1 was pretty trash. But I think most of my time saves are all in the beginning, in like the first 2 hours. Oh, and Fire Arrow Jump. I missed Fire Arrow Jump somehow. You miss Fire Arrow Jump 8 out of 10 times. Dang. It's a hard trick until you really understand it. Took me a while to get really good at it. Come on. I'm using a GameCube controller. Come on. Hey! That was stupid. Wow, fifth try. Fifth try essentially saves no time. Yeah, exactly, tea drink. I don't know what you mean by get mushrooms. Do you mean the odd mushroom? We do get the odd mushroom, but it's not actually required because you're only required to... You're only required to get the maximum upgrades for everything, and for the Big Oran Sword trading quest, that just means get Big Oran Sword and claim check. Although we get odd mushroom in this run because we use it for a glitch, not because it's required. When I RBA, how does the bottle shield swipe work? What you have to do is you have to have a bottle in your hand, and then as you're trying to take out some other item, it gets interrupted by a shield hit. So for example, when I do it in the windmill, I try to take out my sword mid-shield hit, and it gets interrupted, so I don't actually take out the sword, but the bottle is still in Link's hand, and the sword is registered as your last item button pressed. Then after that, you have to hold target, shield, and the bottle button all at the same time, then release shield, and when you release shield, it automatically swings the bottle, and automatically swinging the bottle and catching something will put the item over your last button pressed, which in that case was sword. And then for things other than sword, what you can do is you just crouch while holding the bottle in your hand and press whatever item button you want to dupe over. So for example, when I'm duping the fairy over the Poe, I'm crouching and I just press the Poe button while crouching, and that way the Poe is registered as your last button pressed, but the bottle still stays in your hand, and then you do the exact same thing. You hold shield, target, and bottle, and then let go of shield. Next category after 100%, yeah, most likely max percent child. It's not for sure max percent child, but it's most likely. Max percent child doesn't do adult Jabu. That's actually true. Max percent child is actually one of the few categories that nowadays won't do adult Jabu. How interesting. Is this gonna work? That looked weird. That didn't look right. Okay. Something looked off about that setup, but I guess it was fine. How long did it take me to beat the game when I first played it? A very long time, and I think probably about a month. And I had to get my friends to beat like half the game for me. Yeah, you do have to do hookshot jump the new route. Now, well, I think technically you could avoid hookshot jump, but it would be an extra 20 seconds lost. Like, what you could do is do the route where we were thinking you would be faster without hookshot jump, and then you just play an extra serenade. But obviously that's a pretty annoying time loss. If you mean like if I should super slide over the bridge, I'd want to equip hover boots to super slide over the bridge because of the gap. And anytime you do a double boot equip, because I'd have to equip hover boots and then unequip them, double boot equips are almost always slower than what you do instead, unless it's a really big time saver. Like the Big Hess and Shadow Temple kind of time saver. That might be late. Okay. Thanks, Lolrask. Technically, yeah, it might be faster to backflip the bridge if you really want to risk it. Really want to risk losing the entire run to saving a handful of frames. And it's a fairly precise backflip, I'm pretty sure, too, or side hop. Thought I fell. Second try every time. Thanks, Ips T. No Super Metroid, it's just because there weren't any good Super Metroid submissions. That's it. Not some kind of conspiracy. Hardest trick in 100%? In the new route, I guess it's not necessarily a trick, but maybe making the odd mushroom timer to child 2 without losing too much time. It's really not that difficult. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say. I was actually a little bit worried this would fail. I thought I was too close to the blue warp, but I didn't want to adjust. The sinking lure isn't in 100% because 1, it doesn't go in your inventory, and 2, it's not permanent. And anything that's not permanent by definition cannot be required for 100%. Sub 4 Summit Best is a maybe. I still doubt it, but it could happen. Maybe. Is GDQ stuff cool with the adult Jabu cutscene? I mean, they have to be. Part of the speedrun. I mean, it's been done before. I did it at HDQ 2014 too. Wow. But even then, I mean, they have to be. It's part of the speedrun. If they don't want it at GDQ, then I don't have to go anymore. Well, I do plan on doing all permanent flags at some point, and all permanent flags would include all chests. So someday. I think people actually have done runs of all chests. I think it's like a 4-hour run or so. How does it feel to know average Dampe is time save? Nice and bad. Bad because it'd be nice if my previous run just got a good Dampe. Nice because I'll save time, very likely. Good song playing. The adult Jabu cutscene involves adult Link and child Rudo. I mean, I think anyone that even thinks that GDQ might not be okay with it is probably super overreacting. I really doubt they care. But, you know. Yeah, the 414 got 10th try Dampe. Chad during that cutscene is going to be great. I might like pull out my phone mid-run just to look at Chad during the cutscene. Nice. I can't remember the last time I failed that Hess. That Hess is super easy because it's on a downward slope. Downward slope Hesses like that are super duper easy. Yeah, during the Rudo cutscene. GDQ schedule has been released. It's on the GDQ site right now. My run is at almost midnight on Friday. So Friday night, Saturday morning. How many people would I say run Hundo right now? Hundo's actually fairly active right now. I want to say there's like 10-ish active runners. Like decent-ish active runners. Yeah, sub 1 Requiem. Although this shouldn't really be special, this should be standard. Thanks for the sub, Squally. Hopefully it should be standard soon at least. I should be getting sub 1 every run. Running the new route is me, Fig, and Master Monk. I think everyone else is still running the old route though. Or at least I haven't seen anyone run the new route yet. Nice. Nice. I'm diving. That was terrible. HDQ is going to be on the Games Done Quick channel. Just twitch.tv/Games Done Quick. Yes, reading that sign should have Unfrozen King's Aura, but I won't know until I come back here 2.5 hours later. Thanks for the sub, this run is bad. I really don't care what kind of PB I run against. Honestly, ideally, I'd rather run against my sum of best. Like, it's just that I don't run against sum of best because then it would be incredibly confusing to viewers, but that would actually be my preferred method of comparison. Because running against whatever kind of PB, like, when my goal is, you know, X time, like if my goal is sub 410 or 408 or whatever it is, then whatever time my PB is isn't really relevant. Like, I don't really care what my PB is if my goal is something much lower. Come on. Thanks for the 15 months jumping, Crackbass. Yeah, I thought I remember seeing your resub recently. That case was gonna bully me, so I had to kill it. Cool shooter logic. Damn. Thanks, Punky. I think that might be my first 109 Iron Boots with the new route. Actually, no, it probably isn't, because I forgot this PB is like really bad in the beginning, so that's probably not true. Alright, fast. Yeah, Fig, my Q is, I look at the mini-map and I look when the arrow meets the very edge of the map. I also finally figured out that setup, and so I should never fail it again. I will literally never fail getting the job as a doll. I'll literally never fail getting into job as adult ever again. Or else I'll retire from speedrunning. Not actually, I won't actually retire. I was failing the getting into Jabu a lot recently, so I practiced it a lot yesterday, and now I understand it. All you gotta do is roll late, and then you won't fail it. No, I said don't quote me. Why aren't you guys listening to me? No, it's not possible to weird shot it into the loading zone. I have to waste all my magic, because later on I'm going to have to shoot regular arrows, and I don't have regular arrows, I can only equip ice arrows. But if you use ice arrows with no magic, then they become normal arrows. Don't worry, I promise I won't miss Vibrato at HDQ. I'll make sure of it. I hate this trick. So the way I equip Boomerang is if you hover the cursor over an item that you can't normally equip, like Boomerang, then move to the map screen, then back to the item screen. If you hold up left and press any C button on the first possible frame you move back to the item screen, then it'll equip whatever item you were originally hovering over, but on the item slot of the first item that the cursor moves to from the map screen, which in that case was Neighbor's Love. And this also works the other way around with the equipment screen. And so, because Neighbor's Love is a regularly equipable item, I am able to equip Neighbor's Love normally. It allows me to equip the item, but because the cursor was last hovering over the boomerang, it ends up equipping the boomerang over Neighbor's Love. So if you actually look at my item screen right now, it would actually show Neighbor's Love being equipped, even though it's the boomerang. Which is actually the reason Neighbor's Love is gotten so early in the first place. It's actually, I think, about 4 seconds slower to get Neighbor's Love earlier, but it lets you equip boomerang, so that's why we get it. And yeah, this cutscene's great for multiple different reasons. Equip swap's gonna be hard to explain at AGDQ. Yeah, I was testing getting out of the water last night and found the backwalk was the fastest. I think technically if you turn and backwalk the direction that you normally would just roll up, then it would be faster, but getting that backwalk is kind of hard, so I like just backwalking straight without any angle change. The difference is like frames. No, it's faster to wear iron boots into the Rudo cutscene because it lets you get up from the water faster. Because you always start really low in the water, and it's faster to walk up the slopes than it is to rise up the water, just like float up. Hey Tudos, thanks. Thanks for the sub, Cap Hoyas. And thanks for the sub, Rickay Jake. And thanks for the 8-month resub, Chillent. Rake like Jake, okay. Reiki Jake. Is that it? Nice, got the best arrow drop. Oh yeah, so I finally timed this dive and the Shellblade Super Swim last night. Because I kind of didn't want to time it because I was worried it would be slower. So I timed it, and the result of that Shellblade Super Swim versus Iron Boots is it's even. It's actually exactly even. And so I'll be doing the cooler strat. Wow. I've never missed that jump slash. I said I didn't time it, but it was probably even. And then I timed it, and it was even. I actually mistimed it the first time and timed it to be slower. But then I realized I forgot to take something into account. And it was actually faster. Or even. I wish it was faster. Ape hit. Hey. How are things and stuff? It's going alright. Are we gonna play melee at AGDQ? Sure, maybe one match. You can force stock me one match. Oh my god, what are you doing? You got stuck behind the tree. Idiot. Yeah, I play Marth. You bet you won't. Alright. I'll try my best and not get force stucked. Didn't mean to do that. Whatever. Thanks for the sub, Pibs. Bad. No, I was supposed to equip Ocarina. No. You're getting your mother a sub for Christmas. That's great. What mother wouldn't want to be subbed to me? It is gifting a sub for your mom to me, right? Not someone else. You really like sandwiches. Oh. Yeah, Force Temple with long shot's really nice. Thanks for the sub, Isaac. Yeah, so you can weird shot the basement skull, and that was an idea that we were gonna do, but I was timing it last night, and it's faster but requires an extra equip, and it's an extra ice arrow equip, which means I don't think it's actually worth it. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about one trip. I guess I need to learn that tonight. Come on. No. No. Dude. Idiot. Thanks for the 4-month resub, Crimson Nix. Nice. The bubble outside does only half a heart, so I want to damage. I want to damage off the bubble going in and out of that room, but I don't want to do more than that because otherwise it's really slow. PB vid is when I actually get a real new PB. No, the Flying Skull, taking all the damage from the Flying Skull is very slow. I'm not sure what the God Run would be right now. I'm thinking like 407, but I'm not sure. The real one is brighter. Yeah, ISG reflects the balls. When's SM64? After Metroid Prime and Twilight Princess. Nice. Nice. The 412 was back in September. Ooh, look at that spacing. Yeah, so the reason that chest opening was a fast chest opening was because I already have the quiver that I RBA'd from Kajiro a long time ago. And because I already have the quiver, it acts as a small chest. Because it acts as if you already have the item in it. I took the warp because it's just the fastest way out of Forest Temple. Even though it looks slow. Dang. The reason I don't get the heart container after I beat the boss is because I need to die for the cutscene skip, and the heart container refills your health. However, because of a minor rule technicality / rule change, that's actually going to change. We're actually going to RBA bomb choose in the boss room and then just damage down a lot in the boss room. I'll just have to learn that like tonight. What? Come on. It was just a thing with RBAing bottles, with like a discussion about whether an RBA'd bottle counts as source requirement. But it was decided it's fine. Just like two lines of the rules just kind of conflicted with each other. Yeah, there was a community vote. The dumb thing the dumb thing about the RBAing bottles thing is there's a line in the rules that said you had to hold the bottle over your head, or hold the item over your head for it to count as source requirement. And the weird thing is that if you get the milk bottle or Rudo's letter when you already have 4 bottles, then you don't actually get it over your head. And so there was a debate over whether or not that meant that RBAing bottles couldn't be used for source requirement in this route. But we decided that was just kind of a dumb thing. That was more of a... It was an easy way to define the rule back when we first made it, but is an unnecessary rule now. But anyway, the dumb thing that'll come out of that is that when I start doing that, when I get Rudo's letter, you're not gonna actually like hold up Rudo's letter. It's just gonna kind of appear in your inventory out of nowhere with no special animation or anything. It'll look really weird. Oh yeah, I realized it's better to do a equip swap with the pose on C left instead of C right so I can keep Ocarina equipped. So I might be bad at po duping because I'm not really used to duping with C left. I say as I get it first try twice in a row. The rule discussion happens on the OT Discord. 4. Five. No, you still need to get Rudo's letter. It just will look kind of weird when you get it. 6. You freeze the timer for a glitch later on where you use the frozen timer for a wrong warp. 7. 8. Nine. Alright, I said I was worried about being bad at duping and I missed one dupe. Thanks for the 11-month resub, Pilkey. No, this run will be valid. I didn't do anything invalid this run. Thanks for the 17-month resub, Freddy Neo. Thanks. So I think what I'm going to start doing in regards to the timer here is I'm not going to do time stops on the first pass-through of Temple of Time, but I will on the second. As long as I have enough time. I think I'll still do it here. Oh, forgot to equip. Doesn't really matter, I can do it on the next equip. I was supposed to equip bombs and long shot on that equip, which doesn't really matter until adult 2, but it's still faster. I could equip it there. I really don't think I need these. No. I will remember Saria's song. Thanks for the 6-month resub, Master Kirby. Best 3 Zelda games outside of OT and MM, Breath of the Wild, Wind Waker, and TP, in no particular order. I'm gonna get Saria's song. Oh, I'm officially below my sum of best for the old route. Old sum of best was 40306. So the route is confirmed faster. Surprise. TPHD speedrun worthy. The thing about TPHD is a lot of it is the same, but it doesn't have back in time and early Master Sword, which kind of sucks. But not having early Master Sword, there's like one cool thing that is exclusive to it because of that, which is Goron Mind Skip, which uses this really cool out of bounds with Epona. So TPHD overall, it's kind of cool. Like, I'd definitely say original TP is the better speed game, but TPHD has some cool stuff, but it's also like a lot of the same and just slower stuff. It still has LJA though, which is really good. So yeah, that purpose of the frozen timer. So when you have a regular timer and it expires, it'll send you back to where you originally got the item you got the timer from. So I got it with Odd Mushroom, so it would have sent me back to Lost Woods. But I duped an item over the Odd Mushroom, and when the timer expires when I have an item over the Odd Mushroom, then it'll just send me back to the same place I'm in whenever it expires. So for example, if it expired right now, it would send me back to where I entered Lake Hylia from Serenade. So what I did is I froze the timer by falling out of bounds at the same time the text box was coming up that said it expired and was about to send me back, but it didn't quite send me back. So it freezes the timer at 0, and then when I play a warp song, it sets the timer to 1. So that's why it shows 1 right now. And this timer can be unfrozen by certain types of text boxes. And one particular text box that activates it is from Saria's song. And so I'm actually going to be using Saria's song to intentionally unfreeze the timer later on. Who found timer freeze? I don't know, it's super old. Please don't lag. It's lagging. It wasn't that much. For some reason this part right here always lags so much. Dampé in my PB was 10th try. Which is about 3 minutes lost, so I can save 3 minutes on Dampé. Why not just get a better console? Oh yeah, by the way, talking to that Gerudo right next to me will unfreeze the timer, which will mean run over, so I need to avoid talking to her at all costs. Thanks for the 20-month resub, Jellyman. Nice. Also nice. Yes, there is one category that wrong warps to Tower Collapse just to get Master Sword, and that's Max Percent Child. So here's where everything comes together. So I mentioned how when the timer expires, it'll send me back to it'll just send me back to my last entrance. So in this case, it'll be Hyrule Field from Gerudo Valley. And I need that for this upcoming wrong warp. So right now I have all 3 spiritual stones, which means the cutscene for Zelda escaping Hyrule Castle is active. So I'm going to activate that cutscene at the same time. I'm going to activate that cutscene at the same time I activate the timer with Saria's song. And so the timer expired. It was supposed to send me back to Hyrule Field from Gerudo Valley at the same time that the Zelda escape cutscene started, which caused a wrong warp, and it wrong warped me to the Nocturne of Shadow cutscene. And so there's a few important things for why we do this in the first place. So one, it skips the entire Zelda escape cutscene, which is about 2 minutes long. It also skips the first half of this cutscene, which is about 1 minute, because this is a 2-part cutscene, and you wrong warp into the second part. So that's 3 minutes of cutscenes saved, and then also it means we don't have to beat Fire Temple to get Nocturne of Shadow, because normally the trigger for getting Nocturne of Shadow at all is beating all 3 child dungeons, or the first 3 adult dungeons, Forest, Fire, and Water Temple. And I want to delay Fire Temple until the end of the run, so you can use Fire Temple to wrong warp to Ganon's castle. And if you need Fire Temple for Nocturne, you can't use that wrong warp, because, you know, you need to beat Fire Temple earlier. Yeah, this route does Jabu as adult, so I actually did Jabu like half an hour ago. That's how I got all 3 spiritual stones. Two trips fire is pretty bad because, well, first of all, 2 trips fire wouldn't work just for like still doing the wrong warp to Ganon's castle, because you still need to beat Fire Temple in order for Nocturne to occur. So that would make you not able to do the wrong warp period. But 2-trip Fire Temple, either way, is still really slow because unless 2-trip Fire Temple is bad unless you set Farore's Wind in Fire Temple, because re-entering Fire Temple is really slow, and if you want to, like, say, go to the boss door from re-entering Fire Temple, you'd have to either get the boss key or RBA the boss key, and you'd also have to either watch the Darunia cutscene or skip it again. So, or like waste time to skip it but make sure it's cleared. So it's 2-trip fire is pretty bad, except for special circumstances like the old route, where we just had to return to get the 1 gold skulltule at the bottom. The quick open for the gate. So I think if you beat Dodongo's Cavern as adult, then the gate's already open as child. I think that's the trigger, I'm not 100% sure. So that's why the gate was already open. And then you still have to watch that cutscene because giving the guard the letter is what activates... I'm not sure if the rubble blew up. Giving the guard the letter is what activates the Happy Mask shop. But the gate's already open because I beat Dodongo's Cavern already. Yeah, there's still potential run killers. The next, like, hour or so of the run, hour and a half maybe, yeah, it didn't work, is fairly calm, but at the end of the run, there's the 1080 wrong warp to Ganon's castle, which is the Fire Temple wrong warp that I mentioned. Which, I mean, I don't think it's hard, and I really shouldn't ever fail it, but if I happen to fail it, then it's pretty catastrophic. Wow, that's also really bad. I never fail this. This is not a good bomb of the well. No, I think I'll still get sub 2 Lens of Truth, just barely, I think. Sub 2 Lens. I hate failing that trick. Dampe was 10th try in my PB. So, or the route PB. The splits I'm comparing against Dampe was 10th try. So I can save 3 minutes at Dampe. So don't worry. No, in 100% NSR, you're still required to have gold gauntlets. My favorite non-Nintendo game is Portal. I'm ahead of everyone because I've ran 100% the longest and have the most practice and experience in the category. Portal 1 or 2. It's hard for me to decide. I like them both a lot. What about Night Sky? Night Sky is the close number 3. I'm so far ahead of everyone because everyone else is a scrub. Get good, scrubs. NSR can be sub 3 for sure. No. No. I always think I'm gonna target the other Skulltula first, so I switch targets. But I end up targeting the token first, and then I switch targets to the wrong target. In other words, I'm bad. I actually need to get good. I'm a scrub. We're all scrubs. Scrub. Man, this split was supposed to be a good time save, and I will be losing time. Actually, will I? I don't know. I might not lose time. One second. I was really worried that all the bugs were gonna dig in at the same time. Wow. No, you can't trigger the Bolero cutscene as child. Thanks for the subs, Wergen Coing. Alright, I still got some decent time saves coming up. Wasn't sure if I was gonna make it in with a jump slash. The run definitely wasn't godlike before. Like, I was pretty far ahead, but that's because my PB was bad. Like, don't worry, this is not the god run dying. This is just another run. Just another run not very long after the new route's found, so I'm still not super good with the new route. Oh no. Oh no, I lost my stick, that's bad. I'll just have to grab an extra stick in Zora's Domain. It's gonna be like 5 seconds lost. Alright, never mind. This is trash run. Run is dead. It's all ogre. I'm gonna lose 5 more seconds later on. Yeah, that Hess is always pretty cool. Did I get it? I got it, dude! I finally got it in a run. I got the cutscene skip. If you grab the heart piece there at the same time that the boulder blows up, you skip the cutscene. I think it saves like a second. If even that. If there wouldn't be 100 gold skulltulas in the game, how much would you save? Do you mean like, how much time does getting the gold skulltulas take over the entire run? I think probably like an hour-ish. Probably like closer to 45 minutes actually. For a second I was just autopiloting there, and I thought for a second, wait, am I going to the right place? And then I realized, yeah, I am, because I need Skull Mask. I thought I might have just autopiloted playing Prelude and forgot what I was doing. No! There actually is kind of an all gold Skulltulas category. I mean, it's like a side category that very few people do or have done. But you can get all gold Skulltulas, and I believe the record is still my record, which is 2 hours 22 minutes, I think, for all the gold Skulltulas. I don't think I've been beaten in that category yet. 402 Summer Best, yeah. Well, it's on the OOT categories extension page, if that is what defines a meme category. Can I say really happy? Does that count? If not, then no. Nice. 100% NSR is on extensions, yeah, but the consensus is that like the only reason it's on extensions is because it doesn't have enough runners. Pretty much everyone agrees that if it had more runners, it would be a main category. Come on. Wow, this is bad. No, there's no N64 route for NSR. That's pretty much the reason. Is that just one guy spamming? Anyone want to ban? Anyway, pretty much the reason NSR has very little activity is because the best version for it is GameCube, which is by a long shot one of the more rare versions that very few people have. And in addition to that, there's not really good alternate routes. Like, unfortunately, the difference between GameCube and other versions for NSR is way bigger than the difference between any other versions for any other category. Like, the difference between GameCube for NSR and VC, for example, is probably like 20 minutes, which is giant. And then 64 even more. So that's why NSR gets very little activity. I've seen multiple people say they think NSR looks like a really cool category and they'd like to do it, but it's like, but it's not good on N64, but it's not good on VC, and so yeah. There's no visual way to tell the Cocos apart, like once they land, but you can know like the general position of where they're supposed to land, and then just look in those general positions. And depending on the camera, you can also see where you can just like flat out see where they fall. Like the one near the door is super obvious, the one near the side wall is fairly obvious most of the time. Then there's one near the back wall where it's usually harder to tell based on the camera, but you can still generally just like look around the back and find it. Yeah, so that bomb, the first bomb that I threw after I played Sunsong, where I seemingly just threw it in a random spot, actually killed 2 gold Skulltulas. So that bomb hit the coordinates 0, 0, 0. And at those coordinates, there's certain unloaded enemy data that's stored. And so the 2 gold Skulltulas that were so far off screen that they were unloaded at the time got killed by the bomb. Essentially it's just movement based. As long as you do good movement, you can avoid them. But yeah, it's all like movement and camera based. How much time does that save? Actually only a few seconds, because it really just saves the time of killing the gold Skulltulas, which isn't really all that long. What? Where's the big fish? He better be there. What? What is going on? Where is the fish? Is that the fish? Okay, that was weird. So, in the morning, the fish do this weird thing where they jump around and move around a lot, and I guess that fish jumped around and went off somewhere else and scared me by not being in the place it's supposed to be, but then it swam back there. That was odd. It's really weird because in the old routes we usually never got to fishing at that time of day, and we're always going to get there in this route at that time of day. So the fish are just going to be really weird in this route. Although some people claim that it makes fishing easier, some people claim it makes it harder. No one really knows, because fishing's a mystery that no one understands, and I did not mean to equip bugs to sea down. I hate Ocarina, or I hate Boomerang on Sea Right. They all swim to the middle, okay. Yeah, I also hate hookshot on Sea Right. Sea down is reserved for boomerang and hookshot, and sometimes bow, but I don't mind bow on other C buttons all that much. And slingshot. Slingshot also needs to be on sea down. Alright, I actually need to get a stick, so I'm gonna go this direction. Dumb. Oh, this one's stick. Dampé's in about 15 minutes. It's the split after Spooky Mask. I hope that worked. I'm really bad at flame storage in this route. It's really weird to do, like right after Dins. Just use Dins again. So I had that same idea during a practice run where I failed the same thing, and I found out that Dins is actually too slow, and the first torch will burn out. Wow. I can't do this S. The first torch will burn out by the time you get to the last torches if you use Din's Fire for all of them. I think my PB also screwed up Zora's Domain a lot, so I don't think this is going to be too bad. No, Lev, because source requirement is the main 100% that most speedruns use. It's very rare to have the kind of conditions that no source requirement has in the first place. You do Jabu in Adult 1 because 1, it's just flat out faster, and 2, you need to have Jabu beaten so that the Zelda escape cutscene triggers at the beginning of Child 2, so you can do the wrong warp. But having Boomerang earlier helps. But you still need to do this part as Child because you just can't get those gold Skulltulas as adult. And also you can't get Furo's Wind earlier, or else you won't be able to do bottle duping, or you won't be able to do Poe duping because it'll put an empty bottle over your Furo's Wind slot. So you have to delay Furo's Wind because of that. Nice S. Guess I should do the old strat. So I found a strat recently where it's faster to just Hess behind the house instead of do the strat I just did, but I failed the Hess. Damn, it was 10th try in PB. I don't know for sure what category I'm doing next. Max Percent Child is most likely, but I don't have anything down for sure. And besides, I'm going to be doing 100% for a while now because of this new route. So it's not going to be soon anyway. Uh-oh. Okay, good. If I didn't make it in, I would have been mad. No, I did not start playing in 1998. I started playing in 2001. Or at least I first got the game in 2001. And I started actually speedrunning it in 2006 to 2007 or 2008-ish. Yeah, I'm a pleb. I didn't get the game when it came out. What were runs like back then? Bad. In 2006, any percent was the Child Dungeons plus Shadow Temple and Spirit Temple. You had to do Child Dungeons normally, with some glitches. Like, you at least went to Spirit Temple early as Child to get Bomb Chews and Silver Gauntlets to skip Goron Bracelet. And get Requiem early. And then, as adult, you just did Shadow Temple, Spirit Temple, and you also had to go into Forest Temple for the bow. Nice Sun Song. And then beating Shadow and Spirit Temple activates the Light Arrow cutscene, so then you can go to Ganon. And that was any percent. So any percent back then was 2.5 hours. I kind of did segmented runs. I never really did like a main segmented run, but there was a team segmented 100% run that was being worked on by a lot of people at ZSR. And so we were doing it on VC so we could share save files with VC. And so the way it worked is it was just a regular 100% segmented run, but anyone could try any segment and record their segment, and then if everyone accepted that segment and we moved on, then we would share the save file around. It was a really cool idea, but we only got like halfway through before... There were a lot of things that were kind of killing it, like people just being slow at making segments, and a lot of route changes, but I think the main thing that really killed it was early Eyeball Frog. It was still like kind of dead before early Eyeball Frog, but at that point, because it was being done on VC, and Eyeball Frog was in 64 only, it was like the final nail in the coffin. How do you share save files? On VC, all you do is you copy your save file to an SD card, and then you just upload it from your SD card. And someone downloads it and puts it on their SD card, and they copy it over. And then they have your save file on their Wii. Hey, Danny. My best with the old route was 40306, so I just beat my old summer best today. Hey, Sean. Not time yet, hold on. Still gotta do some Desert Colossus stuff. Alright, you know what time it is. So Dampé was 10th try in PB, so I can save 3 minutes here. Thanks for the sub, someone that subbed, but chat is moving too fast. Thanks for the sub, Flodo. Alright, what's it gonna be, guys? Thanks, Sean. Don't tell me the bugs didn't dig. Oh my god, I'm so mad. Are you serious? Keep moving. So the bugs didn't dig in the center of the soil, and so they didn't give me the gold Skulltula. So that's cool. I don't think I have enough time in between Dampe digs, so I think I have to do it after this one. Okay. So that's cool, I got third try Dampe, and I have to lose extra time because I got bad luck with the gold Skulltula. Sick. Well, third try is still good. Oh, I just realized I forgot to re-add my Decanut split. That missing split at Decanut upgrade is just because I forgot to add it back in. I'm sorry. Thanks for the 300 bits, Romaine. And a human A-slide? In moderate amounts, maybe. Like, over a very short distance, maybe. Thanks for the 2-month resub. Lots of letters and numbers. Alright, pretty sure this is the worst Bombchu bowling luck. Which always happens when I get good Dampe. Thanks for the sub, Fornicate. Dampe was third try. The 414 had 10th try Dampe, which is why I saved so much. I would have saved even more, but I actually lost more time because I got unlucky with the gold Skulltula. And the bugs not digging in the soil. Which is incredible. Where did I waste all my bomb shoes? Explain how a Hess works. So, when you hold ESS position, which is the smallest input outside of the dead zone of the control stick, Link just kind of shuffles his feet around. And when you do that, it locks your speed. So when you roll into a bomb and hold ESS position and press shield and target at the same time, when you press shield and target at the end of a roll, you get a really high speed. And the ESS position locks you into that speed. Thanks for the sub, Noxida. So like just generally shielding bomb damage after a roll just generally gives you a lot of speed, and then you just conserve that speed with ESS position. Dampe was 3rd try. Skulltula was 2nd try. Dude, the Skulltulas, the bugs not digging in the soil for the Skulltulas is actually one of the most infuriating things in the game. That's not the right split. Oops. I'm too used to having a Mask of Truth split. Come on, doggy. Am I gonna get all down chests? Last run I got all upper chests. I might get all down chests this run. Aww. I think Adult 2 was good except for the fact that I failed Fire Temple or Fire Arrow Jump. Lens on last chest, okay. Oh, you meant no lens on the last, like, key chest. Oh no, I'm not doing that. Scarecrow song actually turned out not to be faster because it crashes. It'll actually crash the Fire Temple wrong warp if you do that route. Dampe was 3rd try and PB was 10th try. I had an itch in my eye the entire time I was doing that. It was so annoying and I was so scared of failing it. Why didn't I just ask you guys to itch it? Yeah, sure. Please come to my house and itch my eye while I'm playing the song. Not the last note of the song, Danny, but I actually did fail it a few days ago. And I'm embarrassed about it. But it was like the 4th or 5th note. Cost like 40 seconds, I think. Child 2 is a tiny bit shorter in this route. I want to say it's like 30 seconds faster. Although I think it's mostly because of the skipped cutscene. And the faster getting to Dampe, or more specifically faster getting to selling Skull Mask. Because you actually have to take a massive detour at the beginning of Child 2. But then after that it's faster. Do not pick up the bugs. I'm gonna equip over bottle right now. I'm not picking up those bugs. Even after I just unpaused, I had an urge to press a button that would swing a bottle. They can play, I'm pretty sure they can play anything in the Ocarina game except for the same note twice in a row. That's the only rule. Nice, Jack. Equip fish. I must equip fish. I don't know if I've gotten a warp song. Oh yeah, I think I have. I think I've gotten Requiem before. And I think I got Saria song or Epona song once. Don't worry, Drew. Dot skip is hard for everyone when they're first starting out. It's one of those tricks that is hard when you start, and then once you understand it, it becomes super easy. Yeah, I almost failed Serenade there. I had to hesitate and think about what song I was playing. I got it. I got Unfreezing King Zora 2.5 hours ago. Actually, it's more like 2 hours ago. Yes, this one game of the year, 19 years in a row. Pretty good game. Nice. Oh, good to know, Danny. Wait, do I have hover boots equipped? I think I equipped hover boots. Yeah, I did. I would retire from Zelda when I have completed all of the goals that I want to complete, which I am still very far from doing. I collected the Ocarina of Time after Skull Mask. Because, so the weird thing about collecting the Ocarina of Time in this run is you skip the Zelda escape cutscene completely, but it still puts the Ocarina in the water. So then after you get Skull Mask, you exit Hyrule Castle normally, or you exit Market normally, and then you just go in the water and pick up the Ocarina from there. So it's in a seemingly awkward position, because there's no cutscene near it. Dampé was third try. No, I'm not really nervous in this kind of situation, because this run is not nearly as good as a lot of you guys think it is. I know you guys might see 4 minutes ahead and think, oh my god, God run. It's really not. And in addition to that, like, I'm still fairly new at the route. I know I'm gonna make mistakes. I know I'm not capable of getting the kind of run I want yet. And so yeah. I'm not too concerned about this. If I lose the run, I lose the run, whatever. I got third try, Dampe. Okay, that works. I think I'm not gonna Hess here, actually. Okay. Thanks for the 409 bits, Heavy Metal Mage. Really, Polyfinks? Thanks. Oh yeah, there was something I said I was going to explain or demonstrate when my run died, and then it didn't die. I'm sorry to whoever wanted me to explain or show something. Wow, nice. Bomb drop there is good. All the movement here was sloppy. Yeah, I use switch targeting. Nice. Thanks for the 4-month resub, not optimal. I hope that Bomb Chew went the right direction. It might have not. Wow, that's really bad. Wow. Oh my god. Unbelievable. I need an extra Sun Song. Oh, wow. This is gonna be like 45 seconds lost. Incredible. I can safely say this has never happened before. Let's try this again. Thanks for the 4-month resub, Armory Sons. That's an interesting new way to fail the run. Oh boy, this time loss. Thanks for the sub, LaFonda. Oh boy. Nice little minute lost. So my possible time save here is 30 seconds, but I actually probably can't save any of that because I need bomb drops and I need a bomb shoot chest. So don't expect time save here. I have another split later on I can save almost a minute on, so don't worry. Thanks for the sub, the Bobo boy. Please tell me I got bombs there. One bomb drop, wow. Whatever. I'm going with it. $35 is more safety. 30, I'm pretty sure 30 works. I just have to be good. Keyword be good. Which is more difficult than it should be sometimes. No! As demonstrated. And I saved time. What do you know? Any big time losses yet? Oh boy, you just missed one. You might want to look at the mirror shield split. You know, if I'm gonna lose a minute somehow, I'm glad it happened like that. Like, that's a beautiful way to lose a minute. Such an unusual... Like, it would suck if I lost a minute on something that I'm aware of that I can lose a minute to. I'm glad I lost a minute to something that I didn't even know could happen. I'm glad I learned something new from losing that minute. And I saw something I've never seen before. And isn't that what it's really all about? Learning new things to lose minutes on. I start holding ESS usually... Ideally, you should hold it after you start the roll, but I have a habit of doing it before I start the roll. Because you can hold it during Link's, like, stop backwalking animation. Although it's kind of bad to do that habit, because then if you don't get Link's stop backwalk animation, then you get a side roll. Which happens to me sometimes because of that bad habit. Yes, works. Exactly. What just happened? What did the ice one just do? Looks like she did a hop in the air and then just like moved a little bit. The hook shot is for making them stay in place so it's easier to shoot them. I never remember which one's name is which, and I don't even know how to pronounce them. There's no fast way to skip this cutscene 100%. All the cutscene skip methods just take too long. Whirlwind Umby takes too long to set up. Swordless takes too long to set up. Dying takes too long to damage down. Coming back to the boss room for the heart container takes too long. And this cutscene is actually fairly short anyway. This is, I think, the shortest medallion cutscene. Yeah, I mean, look, it's already over. Mad in the Hat, I actually used to do that, and then I stopped doing it because it was too much work. Too much work to add a text overlay on OBS. Yeah, the Spirit Temple best splits are carried over from the old route, because there's nothing different. Although I might actually have to remove it, because I kind of think that bomb farming is required in this route, where it wasn't in the old route, so maybe I do need to delete it. The purpose of Neighbor's Love is to make that Mega Flip right there super easy and super fast. Otherwise, it requires a more precise setup and pause buffering and all that stuff, and Neighbor's Love makes it easy and fast and brain dead. And removes variance from pause buffering. Well, it doesn't require pause buffering, but you really probably shouldn't do it without pause buffering. Apasher, it's for the Mega Flip there. The first Mega Flip I do, I have to do it to Mega Flip over the gap because it saves a pause over equipping Long Shot earlier. And then the ESS turns during the setup is just because you have the extra time because of Neighbor's Love. Wait, I think I could have skipped the... No, never mind. I was gonna say I thought I could have skipped the Bomb Chew chest in Spirit Temple, but I don't know how to count. I will quit OT 100% when I have a run I'm satisfied with. .404 is basically not possible right now. Not even a god run would get 404. Hey, I didn't miss the target, like last run. Yeah, the rubies in that room are required to open the door. If you mean like the silver rupees near the Beamos as I'm walking past the Beamos, no, those aren't required. Wow, I've never grabbed the ledge there. This split in my PB was really good. It's gonna be hard to not lose time here. Yes, Dampe was 3 guys. My favorite dungeon is either Water or Spirit Temple. Your shield was second try. The category I have enjoyed the most is Ocarina of Time 100%. Got a nut. The reason for wasting all those nuts is later on I need to make sure I have exactly 13 Deku Nuts, and I'm going to be using 4 Deku Nuts later on. And that's the best place to waste them because I have nothing else to do. Oh my god, I got this 2 runs in a row. I'm sick. The quick scope there is actually pretty hard. I actually have already done this run at a GDQ. I did this at AGDQ 2015, and I will be doing it again this year at AGDQ 2018. One 1.2 version is a lot slower because you essentially have to do the VC route and then you have no advantages of VC's lag and loading stuff. So it's probably several minutes slower. Nice, 2 paws. Alright, fine, I'm doing it at AGDQ next year. Next year, which will be happening in less than 1 month. Actually, I think my run is in exactly 1 month from today. Thanks for the 2-month resub, Domling. Okay, so for those who have never seen that before, so I drop the bomb down the hole and it hits Bongo while he's not fully loaded and stuns him, and it disables the cutscene that happens when you fall into the hole. Then I fall in and there's this giant invisible hitbox in front of me and I can just hit it a bunch, and then Bongo dies. And now I'm gonna do a trick to skip the Shadow Medallion cutscene by playing Sun Song while moving. I'm going to play Sun Song while moving, which is going to reload the room as I'm getting the Shadow Medallion. And so just there I got the Shadow Medallion, but didn't have to watch the cutscene. And I got the heart during it because it's faster. No, you don't have splits at AGDQ. Okay, so my PB failed this next trick and lost a lot of time because of it. Come on. I hate pause buffering here. This trick is also known as everyone's favorite trick. When I'm dropping the fish, it has a lot of different uses, but that use in particular I just did there was Ocarina items, where it allows me to play a different item as an ocarina. And I had to do that in the boss room because you can't regularly use ocarina in boss rooms. So I tried to grab the gold Skulltula token at the same time I pressed the ocarina button, which delays getting the token until I hit the ground. But by the time I hit the ground, the token was so far off screen that it wasn't loaded anymore. And so the next time I loaded the token on screen, it would instantly give me the token. And so I loaded the token at the same time that I hookshotted the tree. And when the hookshot gets interrupted like that, it sends you upwards with a huge amount of speed. Which, come on. Which gives you a really big jump. And so I didn't even split. And so, wow. I'm gonna farm bombs. Really shouldn't have to do this. Come on. Come on, dude. I'm not gonna farm bombs. I don't want to waste more time. Anyway, so yeah, the hookshotting thing gives me a big jump. And I need to do that because the water isn't filled. You could use Scarecrow Song, but it ends up being slower. Fun story, we actually had a route idea where you would use Scarecrow Song, and it ended up being 3 seconds faster than using Hookshot Jump. But what ended up happening is it actually caused a crash later on. And so it wasn't faster anymore. Should I have picked up those magic drops? Maybe no, I don't think I need them. Yeah, hookshot jump is definitely cooler, so it's a good thing. The reason it crashed is because shortly after that you do the wrong warp from Fire Temple to Ganon's Castle, and if you have a... You have to have a certain... for wrong warps like that, if you have a certain last cutscene watch that has a bad value for it, it'll make the wrong warp crash. And so shooting the sun sets a bad value for your last cutscene watched and makes the wrong warp crash. Alright, first try, finally. Alright, I don't think I should have a problem with bombs. Gameplay was third try. I don't know if I should shoot these gold Skulltulas with fire arrows though. I think I shouldn't. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna play it safe. What could kill the run at this point? Failing either Water Medallion cutscene skip or Fire Temple wrong warp. But I really shouldn't be failing either of those. And I just said I wasn't gonna... I'm sure that's enough magic for a Furrow's Wind. It better be. No, the extra heart piece is not required for this run. It's kinda dumb to require anything that can't be gotten without glitches. Nice Hess. Stop. Stop it, dude. Stop running away. Yeah, there's 3 extra heart pieces in the game. There's one in Gerudo Fortress as Child. There's one in an alternate setup for Jabu, which requires a wrong warp. And one in an alternate setup of Graveyard, which requires a wrong warp. So I'm supposed to save like 40 seconds on this split. I'm probably gonna save like 10. Why are the heart pieces there? Most likely things that were originally going to be in an earlier version, and they didn't feel like, either didn't feel like or didn't remember to actually remove them. There are ways to dupe heart pieces, but the 100% rules require you to get each individual heart, so you cannot skip a heart piece like that. And even then, if you could, you would not skip Dampe. Or at least Dampe would not be the first one you would skip. The first one you would skip is the Ocarina game in Lost Woods. Honestly, Dampe might not even be the second or third, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it. He might be the fourth, though. If you want to watch a run that does do part pieces, there's a category called 100% no source requirement, which I've done some runs of a while ago. It dupes heart containers and... or it dupes heart pieces and gold skulltulas, and RBAs a bunch of items and stuff. Oh yeah, the frog game would probably be skipped. So yeah, if you want to watch that, go look that up. Yeah, this is actual, real record pace, not just route PB pace. I can't do this strat right. Come on. Nice. No. Oh, this was terrible. Am I gonna lose time? I'm gonna lose time, even though my PB failed fire arrow jump. Beautiful. Lost a second. I'm doing alright today. The run is actually pretty bad and basically only saved because I got good dampe. I was about to say it'll also be saved by this 2000, but then I choked. Dampe's carrying this run hard. It was good up until Mirror Shield. Thanks for the 6-month resub, MXTNKX. Yeah, sorry for no 2000. I've never had a double defense split until now, so yeah, it's new because of the new route. Because in the old route, there wasn't really a purpose for the split. In this route, there is. Otherwise, the Water Temple split would be like 12 minutes long. Is this gonna work? Nice. Get dodged. So that trick I did there was by taking out the claim check and throwing the boomerang and opening the door 2 frames after closing the text box for the claim check. It glitches the camera to face the opposite direction as I'm walking into the room, and that forces the cutscene with Darunia to not load. The old way to do it was with a fish, and that's just slow, so now I have a faster way of doing it. Thanks for the sub. He can explain. Nice. I equipped Boomerang as adult with equip swap. You hover over the item you want to equip, move to the map screen or equipment screen, then back to the item screen, and then on the first possible frame, you hold up left or up right, and then a C item, and it'll equip it over over an item that you can equip. Oh, I can't explain. Okay. I'm sorry, it's hard to read a bunch of lowercase letters jumbled together that are actually separate words with no spaces in between. But if capitalization is used, then it's easier to determine where words end and begin. And that would make the name much easier to read. No. Caps must be used properly. You use caps at the beginning of words to signify that a word is ending and a new word is beginning when you are not able to use spaces. I hate you guys. Thanks for the sub, hit to key. See, or you could use underscores. That works. I have to enter and exit that door earlier so that when I set Fro's Wind here, it'll go to that door. Or else it would go down to the room below. You can hookshot that wall, even though it looks like you should be able to. You just can't. And I am very lucky. I am one magic unit away from the run ending. Or I guess two, because so it's a good idea that I didn't use that one fire arrow, or else the run would have either been done or, well, it wouldn't be ended. I would lose a lot of time, or I would have just gotten magic from the torch slug. But anyway, I have to get magic here. Luckily, this room always drops a million magic jars. Yeah, Danny, I thought of that, but if you do that, you actually wait too long, and the boulder cycle is terrible for the Hess. Alright, I actually need to come up with a strat for the Hess in this room, because this Keese always destroys the Hess. I think I'm gonna, like, do this. Alright, I made my strat. I probably didn't need that bomb, but just wanted it for safety. Also, I equipped Master Sword because it actually does more damage to Flare Dancer than the Goron Sword. I haven't seen the Great Job Stiv copy pasta in such a long time. Pretty sure a Chew is bad on Flare Dancer. I think explosives take multiple hits. Alright guys, check this out. Look at my bomb count right now. Pay attention to my bomb count. I just got 25 bombs. So I just did RBA with milk on C right, and milk modifies your bomb count. And fish is value 25, so I got 25 bombs. And I'm gonna dump this fish with Lens of Truth on C right. And this is gonna put a bottle over my Megaton Hammer slot, so that when I open this chest, it makes it a fast chest opening animation. And then I'm gonna catch the fish again in my real bottle. Nice, that was supposed to be OI. And now I'm out of here. Alright, so to explain the RBA I did there. So, I wanted to get a bottle on my B button. That's not a split. I'm not 10 minutes ahead. So I wanted to get a bottle on my B button. And when you normally swing a bottle, it just puts the item that you catch over your last button pressed, which under normal circumstances should always be a bottle. But what I did is I shielded a bomb, and I tried to take out my sword in between 2 hits on my shield, and that made it so the Master Sword was my last item button pressed, but it didn't actually take out the sword, and I still had the bottle in my hand. And then when you have the bottle in your hand, you can still swing the bottle without making it your last item button pressed by holding shield, target, and the bottle button, and then letting go of shield, which will automatically swing the bottle. So by doing that, I can catch something on my B button. And then when you catch something on your B button, it modifies parts of your inventory based on your C right item. And so right there, I did it with milk on C right, which gave me 25 bombs because fish has the value of 25. And I also did it with Lens of Truth on C right, because Lens of Truth, dumping the fish with Lens of Truth dumping the fish with Lens of Truth puts a bottle over my Megaton Hammer slot, which is just a minor time saver, because I have to drop the fish and put it in a real bottle again anyway. So yeah, and then another thing that the bottle on B is important for, or that really the main thing I want the bottle on B for. Thanks for the 4-month resub, Zaf. The main thing I want the bottle on B for is when you go back and forward in time, it'll look at child C right item and put whatever item value your C right item points to on your B button as adult. And so in this cutscene, after Sheik turns into Zelda here, there's going to be a flashback of showing child. And that flashback actually counts as going back in time and then forward in time. And so that flashback is going to activate Bottle Adventure and put something on my B button as adult. Now, as adult, or as child, the item I had on C right as child before I became adult again was fish. And fish points to your Deku-Nut count. So my Deku-Nut count right now is 13. So if you remember all the way back in Shadow Temple when I was wasting all those nuts on the boat and used the nuts on the guards in Gerudo Fortress, that was also I could have exactly 13 Deku-Nuts. And so after this cutscene ends, or really after this part of the cutscene ends, I'll have the item with the value 13 on my B button, which is Furore's Wind. So that flashback counts as going back in time and then forward in time, and now I have Furore's Wind on B. No, fish itself, the item value of just fish is value 25, but the item that fish points to is your Deku-Nut count, and the reason for this is your item screen only has 24 item slots, and so for the first 24 items, those items just modify the item slot number, but then it wraps around, and then where 25 comes in, 25 is the item value of, well, actually, it's actually 0 to 23, and then 24 is Fairy, which modifies Deku Stick count, and then 25 is, 25 modifies your Deku Nut count, because it wraps around and it starts doing item counts of all your items on the item screen. So Fairy, which is 24, modifies your stick count. Fish, which is 25, modifies your Deku Nut count. Milk, which is 26, modifies your bomb count, and so on. And then once you start getting to the really high item values, like the stuff in the adult trade quest, that's when it stops looking at your item screen and goes over to the equipment screen and the quest status screen. And that's how you get stuff like RBAing songs and medallions and equipment and all that stuff. Yeah, the thing with the item screen is that not all items, or not every item slot is taken up by only one item. For example, Ocarina and Longshot both have 2 items in each slot. There's, you know, 2 Ocarinas and Hookshot and Longshot. And so those will move your RBA stuff 1 slot over. And then when you get to the bottles, that's where stuff really starts to shift, because there's 12 different bottled items that can be in 4 different bottle slots. And then there's the trade items, where there's like 10 or 12 items each. That really, that's why the trade items are the ones that like stretch into the quest status screen and stuff. And equipment. Songs are hard. Ocarina of Time speedrunning is a very high IQ speed game. You have to have a high IQ to understand Ocarina of Time speedruns. Yeah, I remember Zodiac Wall. I haven't seen Kazooie in a while. For a few years, he was just kind of like popping in and out of the community, like from, I don't know, 2011-ish to 2015-ish. He was kind of popping in and out. He'd be around every few months. But then since then, I haven't really seen him for a while. So, you remember a long time ago, I was in Water Temple. I never beat Water Temple because I didn't feel like it. Come on. Come on. Really? All that just to fall in the water. So, I didn't beat Water Temple earlier. I did everything else inside Water Temple. I just didn't beat Morpha. And that's because there's no fast cutscene skip I could have done at the time because I didn't have Hammer yet. And all the fast cutscene skips involve restricting your B button, or restricting your sword. So, now that I finally have the hammer and I have Feror's Wind on B, I can beat Morpha and do a really fast cutscene skip. And so that's why Morpha is delayed so long in the run. It also helps that you wrong warp to the Nocturne cutscene, which otherwise would require Water Temple being beaten in order to get the Nocturne. Examples of a slow cutscene skip, the death cutscene skip. Damaging down would take too long, or returning to the boss room would take too long. Am I going to World Recce? As long as I don't do something super dumb, probably. But that's hard. Not doing dumb stuff is not my specialty. As you could see from the mirror shield split. Failing this cutscene skip right here would immediately mean that the run cannot be a record. Gee, it sure would suck if I failed this cutscene skip. Hey, I didn't fail it. What if the game crashed during the cutscene skip? I don't know. That would suck. I have gotten seemingly random crashes on that cutscene skip with the old route. I never really figured out if it was if there was something like some way you could actually do that cutscene skip that makes it crash, or if it was just random. But it has happened to me before with the old route, and so there's like this little worry in the back of my mind that someday I'm gonna crash doing that cutscene skip, because I never figured out what causes it, if there was any cause at all. But yeah, I hope it doesn't crash ever, especially at AGDQ. Yeah, it really did, Danny. It actually, like, it was relevant a few years ago and then completely died after boat skip, and now it got brought back. Man. So if Volvagia appears in one of the back holes, then I don't have to do that first stun, but if he appears in one of the closer holes, I do. It's not the nuts that are exploding. I'm using a bomb chew, and using the nut explodes the bomb chew. Hold on, there's still a wrong warp. The hardest wrong warp in the entire game, so hard. Nice, that was fast. Best split by 0.6. So there's actually a loading zone behind the boss door there that you can't normally get to. You can only get to it by going out of bounds. And so I go out of bounds, and I try to hit the loading zone at the same time that the blue warp is trying to send me to the fire medallion cutscene. And that wrong warps you to Ganon's castle. And the setup for that wrong warp is kind of interesting, because you need a really big jump to get up to the door. And the way you do that big jump is you jump off the ledge at the same time that the blue warp loads again. And normally when you take the blue warp up, you know how there's like like Link kind of just floats up? That floating property gets applied to your jump, and so you just kind of do this gigantic jump because of it. Oh, also I forget gold gauntlets. But luckily I have Ferora's Wind, so I'm going to set Ferora's Wind right here while I go get gold gauntlets. Silly forgetful me. It hasn't happened yet. Don't go too crazy. I'm just kidding. The only way I can not get a record at this point is if I crash on the Void Warp. Which, I shouldn't do. Actually, even if I crash on the Void Warp, I might still be able to get a record with it. Because I'll have a save relatively close. Well, actually, if I save on the equip where I equip Ferora's Wind, then there's no chance that I can't not get a record. But doing that save wastes like half a second. So do I really want to save there? Oh, I can also check my Gold Skull account on this pause to make sure I have 100. Yep, I had 100. No save. So I Ferora's Wind back here and instantly void out. And then the whole collapse restarts and I can do this normally. Nice. Thick. Choke. This controller has weird angles for the Void Warp, actually. I haven't done the Void Warp very much with this new controller, and it was good there, but the angle I expected to get was supposed to be like way further right, and I got like an angle that barely works. But it's an angle that barely works but is fast. Dude, I'm gonna miss 410 because of that stupid failing the clip once. I would've got 410 if I didn't fail the side hop. I'm mad. Yes, OOT is better than Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is still a good game, though. But the reason I did that super slide into the cutscene is because I don't lose my Master Sword. Even though it looked like Ganon knocked my Master Sword away, I didn't get it knocked away. And with the Master Sword I can hit Ganon down in a nice 3 hits instead of 10. Alright, I would have lost 410 anyway because of that. That was awful. Hi, YouTube. Terrible Ganon fight. Alright, so that's cool. First new record with the new route. Thanks for the sub, that preppy guy. So yeah, this run was kind of bad. Had some really bad mistakes. Like mirror shield. Someone posted a clip of the mirror shield thing. That was incredible. Thanks for the sub, Howdy Dina. Thanks for the sub, Apache Rose. Thanks, guys. So yeah, this run had a few big mistakes, actually. I mean, it was actually good overall, but actually it was okay overall, I'll say. Thanks for the sub, Quanto. Thanks, Zekrom Man. And thanks, Badcho. And thanks, Jazz Walkie, for 3 months. Thanks for the bits, Classy Jones. Longhorn steak sauce. What's so great about that, Punkay? New route saves about 2 minutes. Yeah, honestly, like the main reason this was a PB was because of Dampe. I got 3rd try instead of 10th try, which is, you know, nice. Thanks for the sub, Hatosh. And thanks, The Legend of Tingle. So yeah, I mean, this run was okay overall. Good Dampe at least. But I should definitely be able to beat this run by a lot. Like, I was 4 minutes ahead at one point, and then I lost